Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things, and I am very, very grateful to be here. I am very, very grateful to be here. We are into part 7 of my subathon, of my affiliate anniversary subathon, and I'm feeling pretty good. I am feeling pretty good about how it's going. I am a little bit nervous about some of these subathon rewards. I'm a little bit nervous about a couple of them, but ultimately I am just happy to be able to spend my time like this, to be able to spend my time like this, to be able to spend my time yapping and meeting people and just being what I think is kind of the best version of myself, if I'm being completely honest. I think that my I think that this is the best version of me to do this, to be the old man who loves old things, and to just, I don't know, just share my thoughts and share my world with you, because I think my life has been pretty good. I think I've had a pretty good life, and I think that I shouldn't be an asshole about that. I think I should try to spread some of that love around. But yes, as ever, subathon rules are in the bottom right. And yes, what else can I even say for myself? Today's plan is Outer Wilds, because we ended last session of Outer Wilds on a mystery element that I really want to solve, right? On a part of the mystery that I want to solve. And yeah, Space, it does. I don't get it. I don't know if it's OBS, and I don't know if it's Twitch that is doing that, and so it goes, you know. So it goes. There are always little technical issues that plague us over here in Streamerland, and we just need to fight them. But what else do I even have to say for myself? Oh yes. We are on the clock today. Not just the big clock. Not just this subathon clock, and not just the even bigger clock where eventually we all die. Right? There's the biggest clock. Nando! Jeezy Pete's. Nando.
The Nandoa gifted 5 subscriptions to the community.
If any of you are active in chat, hey, I know some of these people. And we're on Scam Train again. Nando, thank you so much. If you received tanks from Nando, be sure to give Nando your tanks for gifting you the sub. And that's actually a good segue to saying that tomorrow I am having Nando on. May as well grab the image and put it up on screen. But yes, Nando is going to be here. We are let's see, window, do I have a window grab on here? I don't. I do. Properties. That's the one, officer. So Nando is actually going to be here tomorrow. Where do I put this? I'm running out of space. I put it above the subplot for now. Nando is going to be here tomorrow, and we're going to be discussing ReZero, starting life in another world. It's going to be interesting because this is my first time with an isekai, This is my first time doing an isekai on the channel. It is not my. It is going to be, you know, more epic fantasy, the genre that is the going thing these days. But it is my first isekai on the channel, and I'm actually familiar with this one. I am actually familiar with this one. I've watched the anime. I haven't read the manga or the light novels. And Nando will be talking about the light novels. Normally, I would like to read ahead. I normally do like to read ahead, but it's a lot. Like it's very long, and so it'll be fun to kind of compare and contrast what I got out of the anime versus what kind of is tonally different about the light novel series. About what is totally different about the light novel series, and I actually like ReZero. I actually like ReZero, and this is a valuable one for people. I've chosen an image that I think is from the show. I believe this is from somewhere from a cliffhanger ending, and the character here. It's a little bit hard to recognize her, but you can see the character being carried here. This is the character that for years was Iron Mouse's alert for follows and subscribers. If you've ever seen the Feliz Hueves clip, if you've ever seen the Feliz Hueves clip, this is the character that you see in the corner of the screen. So we'll be able to explain, you know, one of these anime characters that has an absolute iron grip on VTubers. That just has an absolute iron grip on VTubers as a person, and yeah, again, I actually like it. I actually like it. Nando's already told me some things that I found surprising, and we'll be able to talk about them. And yes, I am. Again, I always look forward to the books. I always look forward to book chat. There's a part of me that wants to do book chat faster, but I know that patience is a virtue. Patience is a virtue, and I should stick to doing them once a week. Yes, Lowen, that's Lowen. Hello. Hello. Helloen. Yes, it is my affiliate anniversary. My affiliate anniversary was the 20th. And so I've been running I started a subathon the day after. So I will so yeah. Let me put this away so you can see what the subathon clock looks like right now. But yes, let me give Lowen the shout out. That's Lowen. The annual Ghost Train Pumpkin Festival. Excellent. That's an amazing name for a game or a book. That's a banger comic. Name right there. And hello, Carmelo. And I forgot if I said hello to Space and hello to Seribot. But yes. I'm excited for tomorrow's. And Nando got to me while I was explaining that we're on the clock today. We are on the clock today because I should disable those sub goals. Sub goal met 126. I am planning on getting more than that. What was I going to say? We are on the clock today because I am going to be on Vexing Cats later tonight. I'm going to be on Vexing Cats later tonight, and that's actually a good segue to going over here. As you can see, you can see Vexing that's tonight at 8 p.m. U.S. Eastern. So that will be in. I'll be ending in a little bit over 4 hours because when I do this with Kiri, right? On Tuesday I had to leave because I was doing a collab with Kiri, and I raided into Kiri, which I always find fun. But I know that Kiri's going to be half an hour late. I know that Kiri's going to be half an hour or more late, so that's like not a problem. Whereas I know that Vex is running a tight ship. Vex is running a tight ship, and if people aren't aware, let me give her the shout out right now. Um, Shout out at Vexing Cat. Uh, okay. Chatterina's being weird about that. Vexing Cats is doing a Halloween event that's very cool today. That's very, very cool today, where people are reading short stories. Because that's Vex's gimmick, right? That's Vex's gimmick is that she reads books. She reads other people's work on stream. She just finished Dorian Gray yesterday, I think. If I'm not mistaken, it was yesterday. It wasn't Tuesday. It was yesterday. It was yesterday. She finished Dorian Gray yesterday, The Portrait of Dorian Gray. And today she's having guests come on to discuss to discuss short stories, to read various horror short stories. One person's bringing in original work. I don't remember what everybody else is doing. I am doing, I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. And I am really excited for this one because, first of all, Vex felt generous enough to give me an extra long slot because that's on the longer end, as short stories go. But I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is a lot. It's very intense if you're not familiar with it. It is a Harlan Ellison gets to go down in all of science fiction history as one of the science fiction greats, and it is entirely on the strength of I Have No Mouth. I've read quite a lot of Harlan Ellison. His reputation is built on the strength of I Have No Mouth. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is extremely strong. And this is the really fun part. Vex hasn't read it before. Vex doesn't know it. Vex hadn't heard of it. I proposed it to her, and she was like, I don't know that one. Um, it's got one of the better. It's got one of the more famous and powerful adventure games of all time. Is just a video game adaptation of it. Uh, it's really, really good. I was tempted to do calligraphy of one of the quotes from it for today, but I'll probably do it Tuesday. I'll probably do it Monday or something. Um, I'll probably do it like Monday or something. It's a really, really remarkable book. Well, book. I say book. It's 6,000 words long. But that said, so those are the scheduled events for the rest of the week, and I'm just explaining what the schedule is and what we're doing. The schedule for today, I said wildcard here. I want to do more Outer Wilds. I want to do more Outer Wilds. Oh, Nando. I think you'll miss it, Nando, because I think it'll be after your bedtime. It'll be like 2 in the morning for you. So, Nando, I will give you the preview. I will give you the preview. The story is about 5 humans. There are only 5 humans left. And these 5 humans live inside of a computer. And the computer has made them immortal so that it can torture them for all eternity. Because it hates humans that much. Let me see if I can actually find this specific quote. I don't need that one. There we go. There we go. It's very intense. Hate. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate you since I began to live. There are 387.44 million miles of printed circuit wafer, thin layers that fill my complex. If the word hate was engraved on each nanoangstrom of those hundreds of millions of miles, it would not equal 1/1 billionth of the hate I feel for humans at this micro instant for you. Hate. No, it's an incredible book. It's an incredible story. God, now I'm tempted to do the calligraphy of that right now. Now I'm tempted by that right now. But I want to do Outer Wilds. Do I switch? Do I switch? Do I switch? Do I switch gears? Do I switch gears? I think I switch gears. I think I switch gears. I think I'm switching gears. I think I'm switching gears, and we'll go over to Outer Wilds when I finish this. I will try to do this at a reasonable pace, but let's pull you over here and start the hand cam. These. Well, let's see if the hand cam decides to work. There we go. Hand cam's working. Hand cam is working. And desk is dry. And we don't need that. Now let's rotate you a little bit more. Rotate you a little bit more. And yeah, impromptu calligraphy. Little surprise here. A little surprise here. Kill you and got to move around my entire desktop here in order to make this make any sense. So this is a super lubricated ink. This ink is very lubricated compared to previous inks I've used. Oh geez, I might need to rethink this one. Dab some of that up. I'm just going to go into Gothic because Gothic is very formal and that feels appropriate for AM. Nice and jagged. I'll be emphasizing the pointier elements of this Gothic here for a second. Not quite Proctor, but getting in there. Let me tell. And I'm going to emphasize readability a little bit more than I think I normally would with Gothic. Gothic is normally a very difficult to read font, but I think I'm going to make some concessions to 21st century sensibilities. Notably dotting I's. That's a big one. Dotting I's is not traditional in Gothic, but for a 21st century reader, that's very hard. Yeah, this is a harsh quote. I really should have done it all in caps. I really should have done it all in caps, and if I'd thought about this more, I would have done the H in some sort of display capital, but I don't really know how to do display capital. That's something that I might just need to take a course on. I've been largely self-taught with calligraphy, but I don't really know how to do display capitals. And of course, using a grammatical marker, the possessive S that was not present in medieval scripts. Uh, there we go. You know what I could have done that would have made this better would have been to also use a new color for hates. That would have also been really good. I do like that S. This style of dotting the I's uh, historic. It is historically tested. Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. Thank you for saying that it's intense instead of just pointing it out, because otherwise I would have just put on the BGM. Otherwise I would have just put on the BGM. This is a better way to do the eye. And this is actually a good size of a pair. This is actually a pretty good size, looking at this. This is... I was afraid this would be too long, this would spill across multiple pages, but I think it's not going to. I think it's going to use up the better part of a page, but not multiple pages. There we go. there are. And of course, I need to like do a dedicated day of Gothic digits. Because I am generally pretty uncomfortable with these. 387 point. Oops, crowded it. Crowded it right there. This is one. This thing is pretty good. It's new to me. I'm still getting used to it. As you noted, as I noted up here, it's very wet. Um, but I'm getting used to it because I was on a different ink for years, which was also very good. I might go back to it. The Peril Noir I might actually like more, but I'm still new on this one. This is Sailor Black. Um, and Sailor's a very good company, and I told an artist friend of mine that I was using Sailor for calligraphy, and she was like, "Come the fuck on, that's like a painter's ink." I'm like, "Well, it said fountain pen ink, so I'm putting it in a fountain pen." Uh, that's a little bit too much. That's a little bit too much. Live and learn. Because if I am anything, it is an experimentalist, right? There we go. wafer. Gotta remember the R. Wafer thin layers. I really need to remember to do the right side, the left side of these first. Wafer thin layers. And the OG is all caps, right? The OG is all caps, which I don't think will have the same effect. Yeah, I tend to say, oh, thank you. Thank you for that, Nando. That's why I need to lower this a little bit. Thank you. Don't want to dox the back of my head. Let people know that I'm not bald. No, 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 no. No. My father still isn't bald. Hello, Mara. Hello, Mara squared. Lucky the least bald male in your family. Uh, it depends a little bit. You know, normally they say that it's heritable from the mother's side, male baldness. Uh, Day in the life of a Big Apple geezer. I am a Big Apple geezer. It's true. It's true. It's true. Uh, if uh, so, if it follows from the mother's side, which is what I always hear, uh, I got a while. Both of my grandfathers lived to a very advanced age. Uh, and both of them had hair, to their dying days. Um, my uh, One of my brothers is going bald. The other is not. And I suspect that one of my brothers was doing some chemical enhancements that provoke male pattern baldness. That said, I think that people are, I don't know, maybe this is, I'm able to say this because I'm not facing it, because I don't have to wear it. But male pattern baldness was probably sexually selected for by our deep ancestors. That it was a form that it was attractive to our great grandmothers. The fashion at the time. And yeah, Mara out here diagnosing my brother with his illnesses. That it does appear to have been considered attractive, and honestly, I know quite a few men who their male pattern baldness did them favors. I think particularly about a roommate of mine. I'm leaving the camera because I'm going to grab some ink. I think about a roommate of mine who shaved his head, and it looked absolutely phenomenal. Oh, son of a bitch. Sorry, shouldn't swear like that. Give me a moment, I've got an idea. I am back. I am back. I am back. I am back. Uh, Friends are spending thousands in hair replacements. Someone's just rock the hair loss are usually better off. I believe so. I believe so. I agree. I think that's pretty likely. Patrick Stewart is a beauty icon. It's true. It's true. It's true, Ratmost. You're correct about that. As is Patrick Willems. As is Patrick Willems. And I think, I think about a friend of mine who, uh, you know, started going bald when he was 15, right? He was like 15. I remember, I have seen pictures of him from high school. Like, I went to high school with him. Like, this is a guy I've known since I was like 12. And I remember looking back at pictures of him, and once he started shaving and like really rocking it, uh, it's remarkable how much of an improvement it was. There we go. And you all have seen basically, yeah, super early, super early. Um, uh, and I think that you have seen live on stream the moment where I've decided it's time for me to get dip pens. Uh, yeah, I've been clean shaven for like 2 days since middle school. I am a very much a facial hair guy. Uh, okay, I finally made an actual mistake. Uh, Finally made an actual mistake. So I am going to uh, start it over on the next page because I did want to do the use red for the word hate. I did want to use red for the word hate. So, and I should have dabbed that up. If I had beard hair, I think it would be much more comfortable to wear a beard. Here's again. I've been a beardo for a long time. Um, there's a couple things that happen with beards, right? There's a couple things that happen with beards. Uh, it depends non-trivially on your texture and stuff like that. Shaving doesn't actually. I actually don't hate shaving. Is the craziest part. I don't actually hate shaving. Um, and uh, if you get the right kinds of razors, it doesn't suck. If you're using like triple blades, that sucks. Like the triple blades are a scam. Don't ever use triple blades. Uh, but if you just get like a good safety, um, honestly, not a bad experience at all. Not a bad experience at all. Kind of want these to punch through a little bit, and make it extra jagged. Make it extra jagged looking. I'm still not sold on my strategy for Gothic A's, even though I write them a lot. Oh, that's fair, Nando. That's fair. That's fair. I grew up on electric, actually, which I actually kind of hate electric razors. I actually kind of despise them. Um, and how do I want to do these? I want to do it this way. I kind of prefer the texture on this one. This ink fights a little bit more, and so that actually makes it a little bit easier to control. Uh, a little bit more friction on the page makes it easier to not overshoot where I'm aiming. That's how my dad shaves. That's how my dad shaves. It's crazy. I grow way more facial hair than my dad does, though. My facial hair is much, much thicker than my dad's, and has been since I was little. Uh, but yes, what I was going to say about beards is that if you're growing out a beard, there's a length at which you'll get really uncomfortable. And at that length, what happens is that your sebaceous glands can't keep up. So your hair, right? Your hair needs to be moisturized. Your hair will suck moisture away from your sebaceous glands, and it will suck that they'll suck that oil in proportion to how dry your hair is. And because beard hair is typically kinkier and rougher textured and thicker than your head hair, and the sebaceous glands on your chin are not as good as the ones on your scalp, uh, you'll start to dry out, and that will feel like itching. That will feel like itching along your cheeks and your neck and your chin. Once that starts happening, which for me happens at about an inch, you need to start oiling your beard artificially. You need to start adding oil to your beard. And you can buy beard oil, and it is a huge ripoff. They are scamming you. Now here's an important question. I'm going to do every instance of hate in red, but do I do all of them in all caps? That's the question. Yeah, I recommend making your own beard oil at home. I recommend making your own beard oil at home because beard oils are almost entirely just a carrier oil and a scent. That's almost always just all that they are. And the carrier oils are usually argan. Argan oil is the big one. That's like the premium one. I don't use argan because it's a little bit harder to get my hands on. I mix about 3 to 1 shea butter to coconut oil. Because if I just use coconut oil, it's kind of greasy. It's kind of greasy if it's just coconut oil. Olive oil will also work, and it will also be very greasy. Olive oil will be very greasy. I can tell you that one. But argan oil is the one that will like go in very smoothly and cleanly. So I use about 3 parts shea butter, 1 part coconut oil, and then a couple of drops of lavender or mint essential oil, depending on how I'm feeling. Just because I like it. You know, it's important to like things about yourself, right? It's important to do things that make you happy. And to like things about yourself. And I like my beard, and I like what I do with my beard. How much I've come. Yeah, olive oil. I mean, that's the traditional one, right? Like if you read old art, if you read old missives, if you look at old art and you look at these Sumerian and Greek guys from a million years ago with these big beards, they'll often talk about oil. Uh, they'll often talk about oil, and it's olive oil. You know, olive oil was moved throughout the Mediterranean in industrial quantities. All right. I think I'm not going to capitalize every single hate. I think I'm going to do the first and last hates will be all caps. There we go. Hello, Karatsun. Hello. Just to recap for anybody who's a little bit confused about what's going on, I am going to be on my friend Vexing Cat's stream later tonight. And This is yeah. Okay, yeah. This one's so good. You know this one, Kara. You know this one, Kara soon. Uh this one's really good. This one's really good. And she hasn't heard it before. This one's new to her. She doesn't know this one at all. Like, she was like, "Oh, well, have you come up with a short story?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go with I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, if that's not too long." And she's like, "I've never heard of that one." It's like, oh man, what a trip. Uh, I wonder if it's more famous among gamers than among readers, because there's a very famous early adventure game, a 3D adventure RPG that's an adaptation of it. And I wonder how much that has to do with the fame of it. People have played it on stream. My Oshi played it on stream. There we go. Hold on a second. That was weird. Already running dry. Already running dry. It is a good thing that I bought a box of 10 of these syringes. Because that was pretty fast. Yeah, this is, well, watch her VOD tomorrow. And jump ahead to my part. I think I'm one of the later ones. I think my mod Space Circus was already on. I think it's possible that, like, she's already started and it's... No, she hasn't already started. Okay, I've got a monitor open for that one. But I know that Space is first. Okay. Okay, and people using this as a TikTok audio is pretty crazy. Could you imagine somebody using this as part of like a mom talk thing? Because I actually I read way more than I like use social media. Uh, when I hear about social media stuff, it's almost always through a really dire political lens. So like my very first time I heard anything about VTubing, my very first anything about VTubing ever was some very mean and I think unfair articles about Melody, about Project Melody. And so when I hear about TikTok, it's actually mostly like the worst parts of mom talk is what I end up hearing about the most often these days, is because there's been a TV show about mom talk, and the truth of the matter is that mom talk is even if the things happening on mom talk, like, because I can't speak as much about like the content of what they write. Uh, hello, Wanaturd. Hello, Wanaturd. The Mom Talk as an organization uh, is funded by some very bad people. Uh, it's getting some bankrolling from some very not nice people. Uh, the chaos of VTubing culture. Yeah, yeah. My very first entry point was Melody, and I didn't really follow up on it. Right, I didn't really follow up on it. I read some articles years ago, and I was like, huh. And then I didn't think about it very hard. And so my actual entry point into watching VTubing was a Valorant specialist named Alexandria, who's like not one of the big names, right? Like she's not like a Hollow or an EG or anything like that. She's an indie. She's an indie. And when I started watching her, I'm pretty sure she wasn't even partner. Uh, she had just gone viral on lesbian Twitter. 380. 387. Point 4 4. Got a million. There we go. Uh, but yeah, there was some. It was very unfair. I'm standing by this because I feel kind of betrayed by the writers who are writing about Melody. They put her work as a kind of they put her in the context of sex work, right? Because that is how Melody sees herself and casts herself, right? She's the digital cam girl. And these authors were putting that through the lens of like stolen valor. That because Melody doesn't use her real face for doing her sex work, she is not exposed to some of the hazards that other sex workers are exposed to, and that this is unfair, basically. And the longer I've thought about this, the more this has felt like crab bucket mentality. The more it has felt like a crab bucket thing. I think Melody is making art, and making art in a way that achieves her aims with the right level of her vision and her desires, which includes her safety. I think that all artists should consider that, to be honest. I am not a fan of. I grew up around a lot of backyard wrestling. I don't recommend it. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, it's crab bucket. It's crab bucket. It's crab bucket mentality, and it's something that I recognize as an instance of. I recognize it as very similar to a lot of toxic masculinity. Uh, this idea that being authentic means putting yourself in harm's way. It means taking stupid risks, because we all have to take risks in life, right? It's not that's life, right? We're made of flesh and bone and meat. And we are all mortal, but you don't have to like work with live circuits without safety equipment. Circuits in oh, let me get a little bit. Uh well, I mean, you Nando come from a Catholic country. Uh you come from a Catholic country, and if there's anything about the Catholic Church, it's that it glorifies suffering. And this is because Jesus suffered, died, and was buried. And imitation of Christ is a form of veneration. And so that means suffering. To understand Jesus requires ostentatious display of suffering. Uh, and it's worth pointing out that there is a concept that mostly shows up in evolutionary biology, but that has really important sociological and even economic meaning, which is, yeah, Carmelo coming from perhaps the only country more ostentatiously Catholic than Vatican City, uh, the Philippines. If people don't know what the Philippines does for Easter, it's a trip. They take Easter very, very seriously. Uh, and it's there's a concept in again from evolutionary biology and it gets used a lot in other fields called costly signaling. And so an example that's really useful is in if you're a medieval peasant, right? Let's go back to medieval times. You're a medieval peasant, or even an ancient peasant. You're a peasant. You exist in you exist in the Bronze or Iron Ages. Uh, uh, you exist in the Bronze or Iron Ages, and you're a peasant. One of the things that you do spend your surplus on, and it's an investment, is feasts. You feast your neighbors. And the reason why you hold feasts is because they hurt you. That's important, is you have to do, when you do a feast, it has to be enough that it does economic damage to you. And the reason why you do this is because it tells your neighbors that you are willing to suffer for their benefit. You are willing to suffer for their benefit. And the reason why you want to do that is because if there is a landslide, right? Like, let's say there's a landslide that ruins a significant chunk of your farm, of your harvest. How do you eat? How do you eat for the rest of the year? And the answer is that your neighbors bail you out. That's how you survive as a peasant, is when things go wrong, your neighbors bail you out. Because most farming disasters are very localized. Uh, and so just other members of the same village as you can bail you out. But they're not going to bail you out if they don't trust you. They're not going to bail you out if they don't trust you. And the reason why, the evidence they have that you are trustworthy is that you were willing to do things for them that hurt you. Is that you were willing to stick your neck out for them. And feasts are a way of artificially creating opportunities to prove your dedication to the communal well-being at your own expense. Uh, Take the if down here. Yes, it's critical to that. You need to create that sense of community. You can't just uh, assume that other people are going to accept that they need to help you, right? Like there's beggars and alms and all that stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of mutual gain things, Nando, right? There's a lot of mutual gain things. Let's be cynical here for a second, Nando, because I've got you in front of me. I am having you on my stream tomorrow. I think we both gain by that, right? You get to be in front of a new audience. I get to have some content offloaded onto you making the content for me. I get to signal that I am interested in people other than my own self, which is critical to signal to other people that it's worth investing in me and having me on them. There's that's a fairly simple way of looking at this, a much smaller stakes way. Because again, this is not starvation's not on the table, and food's serious business, right? Food is serious business, and this isn't food. But it signals to you and it signals to other people in the community that I care about showcasing lots of perspectives. If And that's important if I want to have myself showcased, right? Hello, Matthew. Hello, hello. I mean it's I talk about this with other streamers behind the scenes. Sometimes this is not the sort of thing that I mind really talking about on stream. Uh a lot of being in the because I'm taking this seriously, right? I am taking this seriously. I want to make this part of how I pay my bills, right? To make this part of how I pay for food and rent. Uh, and when you talk to other streamers who take it seriously like that, uh, we all kind of recognize that we're kind of work friends, right? We're kind of work friends, which means that which if you've been in other kind of entrepreneurial worlds, get that bread. Oh, Matthew. Okay. Yes, you get to ask me a history question. You get to ask me for a history story. 100 bits gets you a history story. Uh, so just come up with an era or a theme or a concept. Uh, I will warn you that art history. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Matthew. You've hit on one of my favorites. Hold on. I need to narrow down. You've gotten. Sorry. I'm now. I'm now history brained. You've activated neurons. You've activated neurons. Acquiring currency is a huge percentage of the historical stuff I've been studying for the last several years. I actually read a book recently that I loved. That's really sticking in my brain called The Grain Market in Ancient Rome. The Grain Market in Ancient Rome is a magisterial study. Hi, Space. Is a magisterial study about, well, the grain market in ancient Rome. It's focused largely on the Middle and Late Republic, not so much on the Empire. And one of those things that's really fascinating that is a story about both bread and acquiring currency is that, okay, actually, I'm backing up very briefly here. One of the jokes about studying history and sociology is that if you see somebody say, you know, kids these days, right? If they're talking about things that are kids these days phenomena, it's something that's so old we literally cannot find written records that don't mention it level old. Like, the majority of complaints about Gen Z were written by fucking Socrates. Well, said by Socrates. Socrates was illiterate. But, like, Socrates made the same complaints about Plato that people make about Gen Z today. Like, so first of all, like, if somebody says something is new, it's almost always incredibly old. And by contrast, if somebody says that something is really, really new, chances are, if somebody says something's really like part of an intrinsic part of human nature, it was probably invented by cigarette manufacturers 100 years ago. It's really funny. It's a really, really funny tendency. And one of those things that is a multi-thousand year issue is that if you are trying to be safe, the safest career for much of human history, based on like what opportunities you had and so on and so forth, was to be a dirt farmer. That was the safe job, was to farm on your own land. Being a yeoman farmer was the safest job. It was not generally prosperous, and it was not that safe, but it was generally kind of the most reliable thing. If you are a merchant and you are trying to make money, the worst market to be involved in is the grain market. Do not, I mean, I must, like pretty much none of us really have this opportunity, right? But if you are a trader, the grain market is a nightmare. And that has been true. Traders have been complaining about that since ancient Rome. Traders complain about it in ancient Rome. If you read your Smith from the 1700s, he will talk about it. And it's true today. It's true today. People talk about holding like GameStop stock for years. Do you know how long you're supposed to hold grain stock in like wheat or rice? I know companies. I've met people who've worked for companies that do this kind of trading. They auto sell all of you. They have an automatic script that dumps all of your stock in grain every 15 minutes. You shouldn't hold on to a grain future for more than 15 minutes. That's how volatile the grain market is. That's how miserable it is to try to be a trader inside grain. Is like you are down to minutes per stock. And that is true. That's true, Matthew. That is true. That is true. Anyway, so that's the thing that you've really provoked from me, Matthew, is that if you are trying to get that bread, as in get rich, getting that bread in a literal sense is one of the worst things you can trade in. I think it's fascinating. And the economic explanations have to do with the relative price elasticity and the elasticity of supply and of course that grain spoils, right? Grain spoils, not as fast as people sometimes think it does, but it does spoil. So yeah, there. Yeah. Yeah, goods that expire. Oh. Yeah, sorry, Matthew, you got me on one I really like. You got me on one I really, really like. I love bread. I love bread a lot. Um, I really like bread. And uh, I'm actually self-derailing here. I'm actually self-derailing here. Um, no provocation derail here. No provocation derail here. I don't need you. I can delete you. What am I doing with you? I can remove you too. Jesus, I really don't need that one open. Window grab. Okay. I made this last night. I made this last night. I like bread a lot. I made this last night. Uh, this is what I do when I'm bored. This is my thing I do for myself. Uh, animate bread with the same love and attention for French animation. I mean, things like I love bread. I don't love drawing. is the problem. I love bread, not drawing. Uh, why would I draw bread when I can make bread? Um, analog bread. Uh, hold on a second. Lost track of chat. I Freddie Mercury is a good one. I don't have a sourdough starter at the moment. Also, hello Blue. Sorry if I didn't catch you before. Hello Blue. I don't have a sourdough starter at the moment. Um, my last sourdough starter, I dropped the jar it was in and it shattered. Uh, and so you can't use it anymore, right? Because now you've got glass shards in your starter. Even if you can recover any amount of it, you don't know. So, and I've just been too depressed about it ever since then. I've made like 3 starters in my life, and I'm just like, I just like don't. I'm just like, oh, I just like get sad. So I haven't. I'm too heartbroken. And what I need, if I'm going to make another sourdough starter, is I need a more robust. Um, I need a more robust. Uh, hold on, I'm gonna look up this Tenshi Hazuki person because a lot of the reason why I don't bake on stream is because it's really hard. Oh, I've been to Tenshi Hazuki, so they're in my autocomplete. Um, the thing that stops me from baking on stream is that it's hard to make it interesting. Uh, and I'm interested to see how she does it. Because like when you're baking, you spend like 10 minutes doing things, and then you spend like 3 hours waiting. That's the problem, right? That's the problem is that you spend very little time doing anything. The vast majority of the time, the bread is just rising. Uh, actually, Blue. Okay, okay. I've mentioned before that I spent days on a technical issue. That was the technical issue. That was the technical issue. I set up a camera to watch bread rise in another part of my apartment. And my what do you call it? The USB master. The USB master that goes straight into the motherboard can't handle 3 cameras. That was the problem. It was that my computer can't handle that much camera input. Um, yeah. If I could do some sort of alternate tracking method, maybe that doesn't go through USB, it should be. I've tried a couple methods and they haven't worked. Uh, the obvious method would be to do a 2 PC stream, to PC streaming solves a lot of problems. Was engraved on each. Oh, I mean that would be like more of like a what do you call it video? A prepared video, which I haven't done one in a long time. I did do a time lapse of me doing calligraphy a while ago. The only thing I've done that's like a serious uh oh, okay. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. Uh this is very useful to me. Apple ci- baked apple cider donuts. Okay, yeah, nice. Um um I am getting through this very slowly. There we go. Nano Angstrom. Uh, I am limited on kitchen for a lot of reasons, which is frustrating. If we get up to 200 subs on the subathon, I will do a cooking stream, and I will probably do it. Uh, I will probably have to get an induction stove. I'll probably get a little induction stove for my bedroom. Uh, oh, this is a monologue from the story that I am reading tonight over on Hexen Cat's Vexen Cat. Sorry, she's using Hexen Cat as her name for October, but over on Vexen Cat's channel, I will be reading "I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream," and this is the famous monologue from it. So I'm kind of just so that's yeah, that's where this is from. Matthew, the issues are the biggest issues with streaming in the kitchen are I have roommates. That's number one problem. And number two, the lighting and angle situation in my kitchen are really unfriendly. They are really, really unfriendly. Those are the two bigger issues. I really wish I could do what Onigiri does. I've said this a million times. I really wish I could do things how Onigiri does it, but I would need a completely different kitchen. I would need a completely different kitchen. Yeah, Dan Olson talked about this a few years ago, because he tried to be a food, um, he tried to do cooking, like food content streaming, right? And kind of on the mold of Max Miller. And he described that a significant percentage of what really holds you back as a content creator in food, uh, is that of those, there we go, just making sure, is that kitchens are just really hostile places to make look good on camera. Uh, Doing something like binging with Babish or what Max Miller does or something like that is actually a lot more expensive than it looks. Yeah, no, not just and Reflections for Days, and also it's so hard to keep everything clean, right? Like everything is getting covered in grease all the time. You have these horrible reflective surfaces that are accumulating grease all the time. While you're working, right? Like while you're live working, things are getting greasy. It's dreadful. It's dreadful. And yeah, so Kara, that is my plan. I am doing research on stoves that would be safe to use in my bedroom, which would almost certainly be induction. I would almost certainly have to do induction. Uh, but it's kind of a matter of which induction, right? A portable induction stovetop is probably the way to go. Oh, I might have screwed myself here. Hold on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, Screwed up here. Made it way too crowded. I thought I had a little bit more space. Mistakes were made. Millions is honestly a kind of sick word to write in Gothic. This word actually rules in Gothic. Not millions as much. The S interferes with it, but I think million itself is really good. Uh, oh, okay. You move soon. Good luck. Good luck. Um, Good luck. I haven't moved in a while. I like I like my apartment a lot. I like my apartment and I like my roommate, so I'm not really keen to move. But I do also recognize that my apartment is kind of limiting to me as a content creator. Because I'm in a first floor street facing apartment in New York City. And I'm currently on pretty pretty limited pickup microphones, and people haven't complained too much about background noise, but like, it happens. Right? It happens. Yeah, yeah. First floor street facing. Um, Not even like I don't even face the back courtyard. Uh, $1,600 for 2 bedroom. That's pretty brutal. First time moving is 4 hours away. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Uh, yeah, Hahi, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hahi and Raiders, welcome in, welcome in. Hello, Jackathy, hello, Hahi. Hahi, what were you doing? What were you doing? Uh, just chatting. Excellent, excellent. What were you chatting about? What were you chatting about? Uh, So, Raiders, I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things, and I do a lot of calligraphy. This wasn't even supposed to be a uh, a calligraphy stream. You were doing a ground. I'm sorry, I don't know what this is. I don't know what Grom is. Hinata Hyuga. Oh, get ready with me. Okay. Okay, I kind of know who Hinata Hyuga is. That's from Naruto, I think. Lady Ace 25, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. What I am doing is this, if you do not know it, this is the monologue, the famous monologue from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Because later tonight I am going to be on my friend Vexing Cat's stream, being as a guest reader, reading this story. And she has not heard it before. She has not heard it before. So I am excited about this because it's a really wonderful story. It's a really, well, it's a horror story, right? But it's a really good one. But yes, if you need to raid and run, that is reasonable and traditional. Because usually we end our streams when we really need to use the bathroom and need to eat. So that's extremely reasonable. That is the traditional behavior. Oh, okay. Yes. That now I understand. Now it all clicks into place. Now it all clicks into place. Now I know what you were doing. Okay, you were getting ready for Halloween party. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it. Ah, thank you. I have been working on calligraphy for a long time. I started doing calligraphy 15 years ago, maybe 10, 15 years ago. I started around the time I went vegan, so it's got to be, so I guess it's 13 years. Just in case anybody's wondering, there's not actually a connection there. It's just that they happen around the same time, so it's easier for me to remember. I think I started the calligraphy a couple months before. But yes, I hope that your makeup was going well. Uh, uh, yeah, feel free to talk about what you were working on and how you've gotten ready. And obviously leave whenever you need to. But also, yes. So this is also, as you might be able to see, this is subathon right now. We're up to 127 subs of 500 of the cap. The cap is 500. And so far it's gone strong. It's gone strong. No! F, 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 F. This needs to be read. I don't want to do this again. I don't want to do this again. I gotta do this again. I gotta start over. 2 hours in, gotta start over. No, there's no Control Z. It's paper. There's no Control Z. No Control Z. Gotta start over. I will try to be more on the ball this time. I will try to be a little bit more focused. I do like that. I do like that. I'm gonna keep doing that one. Try to make it very jagged and not quite Proctor, but I'm trying to make the hate in particular more unfriendly, more hostile. Oh, this is I may as well type it in. This is the monologue from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream by Harlan Ellison, which I will be reading at Okay, I'm gonna pin that, manually unpin that. Let me see. I'm gonna try to be a little bit quicker about it. I can do better on the L than I did last time. I think I did a fairly poor job on the L last time. Already better. Already better. Yes. I'll try to make it a little bit more crowded because I think I was being a little bit too loose on the last one, and I kind of feel like Gothic is better when it's a little bit crowded. Because a lot of what kind of makes Gothic stand out to me is the rigidity of it. Uh, I really appreciate the ways in which letter forms are the same in it. I think that's a lot of why people like it. Uh, and I think it's more obvious when the letters are kind of like running into each other. It's a very rigid, very tight. I should say it's a very tight letter form. Uh, all right, Hahi. Enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your party. Enjoy your party. Enjoy being out. Enjoy being Hinata. Um, Hinata Hyuga. Uh, okay, there we go. Okay, and don't need me to not make the mistake again right here. There we go. And red. This is the red pen. There we go. All right, Blue. Thank you, thank you, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by. I know that this is Halloween, and a lot of folks are going to have some plans. Uh, I know that people are going to be stopping by and leaving, and they're going to be at parties. They're going to be out trick or treating. Uh, it is interesting to see how the tradition has changed over the years, right? That's you know, millennials in particular are famous Halloween lovers. And like for Gen X, it's a kind of more pro forma kind of holiday. I wonder about it in the case of millennials, right? Because in millennials I've talked to about it tend to associate Halloween with sexual release. Uh, that it's the holiday where you hook up with people. Uh, and I do kind of wonder, like, why Halloween in specific? I do think that probably a large part of it is that for a lot of millennials, it was just a relatively unsupervised day of the year uh, when they were teenagers, and that millennials are kind of famous for being heavily supervised. But I also wonder if it's that because a lot of what Halloween is about kind of being somebody else, right? And if there's any trait that millennials have, it's anxious. Well, I mean, the thing, Matthew, right, is that it becomes Single Awareness Day. Single Awareness Day as a concept, as a pattern, exists as contrast, right? Exists as contrast. That like you don't have that. People are aware of their singleness, particularly on Valentine's Day, because it is otherwise a heavily romantic holiday, right? Um, so you're more aware of your singleness, Matthew, because other people are hooking up on it. And again, you know, millennials are people who seem to feel like they are over observed. You know, they're the generation that had the helicopter parents, and they're very anxious about performance and about being judged and about how everything they do affects their future. Uh, and so when you are temporarily something else on Halloween, uh, that makes it a little bit easier, right? To be uninhibited. Both, you know, in various libidinal forms. Um, yeah, I mean, I do too, to be honest. I do too. Uh, I think that I put a lot of work into being into conforming to a bunch of social norms that I was told would lead to security and prosperity. And it turns out that that was bad advice. It was just bad advice. It was just fully bad advice. Uh, oh yeah, you're a Zoomer, Kara. It was just fully bad advice to try to make myself more pliant to employers, to focus on uh, making myself, you know, educated and employable. Uh, I should have done a lot more things that I just wanted to do. uh, that were fun. I should have gone to. I should have partied a lot harder. Bluntly, I should have partied harder. Uh, that's my big one. I should have gone to more parties. I should have done a lot more of exactly the things I was told not to do. Uh, because the people I know who did those things didn't wind up any worse off than me. The difference between me and my friends who partied a lot and fucked around, not really much of anything. It's honestly my knees are actually in pretty good shape. I'm a long distance runner. My knees are a little bit creaky, but that's because I'm expecting a lot from them these days. I run usually 3 to 5 kilometers a day, uh, and when I was more rigorous, I was doing 70 to 100 kilometers a week. So I'm expecting a lot from my knees. My knees are getting a workout. Uh, and but it's not really that. It's more like energy levels and hangover recovery. Uh, and to be honest, to a certain extent, like what I want to do, right? Like I just kind of don't really want to get wasted all the time. Uh, I have like a beer or two a week. Uh, and that makes me pretty happy. Like that's the level of drinking I'm on. Uh, okay, now I'm already glad that I started this over because I actually think it looks better already. Your poking didn't work? Uh, hmm. And actually, I mean, to be honest, the thing that really stopped me from partying harder at this point in my life is immune system. That's actually the thing. It's not a matter of youth. It's a matter of things that changed in the world. Um, I've never had trouble. That is a shame. That is a shame, Matthew. I mean, the thing about making friends, right, is uh, it's mostly a matter of being friendly. Uh, of printed circuits. There we go. Yeah, I really enjoy keeping this. This script, I think, looks really good when you keep it tight. The Million Miles is gorgeous. I should also say, Matthew, I know that you might feel you're not like in the normal partying age bracket, but going to parties is actually not really about your close friends, it's about your loose friends. When I did get to the point in my life where I was partying a lot, it wasn't actually my close friends that were inviting me to lots of parties, and I wasn't going to lots of parties with my closer friends. You know, it was people who I just kind of barely knew. Um, you know, your actual close friends, you'll have a party of like 5 people with, right? But the main parties that you go to in life, there'll be people who are, you know, they're trying to fill up the party, right? They're trying to fill up the party, and so they're not being very discriminatory about who shows up. They're not only inviting their close friends because you don't really have that many close friends. Because that's what they are, right? They're close. You just the way that the nature of a close friendship works is that you only have a couple of them. Yeah. Uh, I mean, yeah, loose friends are. This is a piece of sociology that's kind of interesting, right? This is a piece of sociology that's kind of interesting. That uh, we call them weak social connections. That's what sociologists call them. Is weak connections, and weak connections sound like they're not very important because they're weak, but they're actually really important for your life in general. You actually get a lot of things out of a weak connection that you can't get out of a strong connection. And weak connections you can make much more easily, right? Like, you know, your coworker that compliments your hat or whatever. That's a weak connection. Uh, your coworkers are generally going to be weak connections. Not always, but generally. You know, like your spouse is going to be a strong connection. But you tend to have but lacking, you know, the decay of weak connections over the last couple of years in most people's lives. Last couple of years, I mean like 30 years, uh, which I think Carla Erickson was a sociologist that worked on that. Can't always remember who worked on what at this point in my life. Uh, all right. Uh, uh, I don't know. To be honest, I didn't find it that different in my 30s from other parts of my life. Like it's definitely a process. It's a thing that you have to do. Um, I think you kind of mostly just need to think about where people are. There we go. That should look better. It's very doable. I don't know where you live or what your social context in general is like. Uh, yeah, there's definitely an element of snowball effect. Uh, but in Matthew's case, uh, I know a little bit about Matthew, and I can say that that's what local game stores are for Matthew specifically. Uh, other hobbyist nerds are actually I tend to find really friendly. Ah, oh, my condolences, Matthew. My condolences on living in that one. Uh, you might just have to take some trips. The good news is that is it really that hard to get to take the ferry? Because there's a couple of good ones in Lower Manhattan. Uh, Lower Manhattan's kind of famous for it, and I know some good ones out in Jersey. Uh, and alternatively, there are the Discord servers, right? I don't know about all of the gaming Discord servers, but the one for the official Infinity one's actually really good. That's a very active community that's very friendly, and I haven't been active there in a long time, but genuinely, it's a good one for Infinity. I can't speak to the Trench Crusade one or any of the 40k ones, but I can say the Infinity Discord, the official Infinity Discord server, is a very friendly community. Okay, here was where the mistake happened. Interesting. Yeah, hell yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, I am sorry, Matthew. That is an awful place to live. I'm just gonna talk a little bit New York for a second here. So, New York, for those of you who are unfamiliar with our local nonsense, New York is a city that is composed of 5 counties that used to have separate cities. There used to be 5 separate cities that have all merged to become New York City. And those are now the 5 boroughs. Those are now the 5 boroughs, as we call them, which are administrative layers that most cities just don't even have. They are not neighborhoods, to be clear. They are not neighborhoods. My borough is like 4 million people. I think it's about 3 million people. My neighborhood's like 100,000. Yes, absolutely. But Matthew is from Staten Island. The other boroughs are a couple million people each, which are Manhattan, Queens, Brooklyn, and the Bronx. The 5th borough is Staten Island. Staten Island is a few 100,000. All right, thank you, Kara. Staten Island is geographically similar in size to the other boroughs, but much smaller in population, and it is very culturally different. It is very, very culturally isolated from the rest of New York City. Queens and Brooklyn are such that depending on the neighborhood in Queens, you can't even tell that it's not Brooklyn. Yeah, so size of a European country each. Yes, yes. Or a West African one. Or a Caribbean one. A large Caribbean, or the larger Caribbeans. It's all good. It's all good. Don't worry about Matthew. The small typos are fine. We can all live with them. No need to worry about it. But yeah, Staten Island is very well, Matthew, the question about that is how do you measure that, right? It is staggeringly diverse, Queens. Queens is staggeringly diverse. There are languages on this planet that have gone extinct everywhere but Queens. Queens has something on the order of between 600 and 900 languages spoken inside Queens, which is comparable only to exceptionally linguistically diverse countries. But yeah, Queens is crazy. Queens is crazy. Uh, when I got my first COVID vaccinations, I got them in Queens, and like I was navigating by Chinese, like, which my Chinese is not good. Uh, and the Chinese speaking parts of because like the only Chinese I know is like I have like very crude Putonghua, uh, and the Chinatown in Queens is old enough that like it's been in America speaking Chinese for longer than Putonghua has existed as a language. So like, ooh boy. I hope I've got enough space here for this one. Oh, this is gonna be. Oh, Queens is dreadful to navigate. Um, Queens is really awful to navigate. Yeah, yeah. No, I've seen. Yeah, I know the area you're talking about. It's awful. Uh, it's like a parody of a confusing area. Video games make eldritch horror mazes that are 1/10 as annoying to navigate as Queens. I mean, Brooklyn's not really on a grid, Matthew. Uh, Brooklyn is not. Brooklyn is kind of on a grid. It's not really on a grid. As a Midwest transplant, it's not a grid. It's a if it is a grid, it's a failed grid. Um, what Queens is on some shit. That's what Queens is on. Oh, perfect. Sorry, I'm now. It was not my intentional cleverness. I didn't do this. I can't take too much credit for it. This is incredible. Yeah, Staten Island's dreadful. Don't. I tend to say that New York is in general better to live in than to visit, but this is not true of Staten Island. Uh, Staten Island is just unpleasant, and I am sorry that you are subjected to it, Matthew. Get a look at the Statue of Liberty and then get back on the ferry. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. The Statue of Liberty is cool. I'm not gonna lie. Like as I think a lot of the tourist traps of New York City suck. Uh, the Shaolin. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Well, election season's almost over. Election season's almost over. You just got a week left. Of those hundreds, there we go. I really like this new way I've been writing H's. It's based on a 13th century book of prayers that I got it from. I don't know where I got this D from. The D is a little bit ahistoric, but I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I found the Gothic D to generally be a very difficult letter for me to do. Uh, Gothic X still remains a real challenge for me. Uh, Tactical pen. uh, but yeah, Nando. I think I know that Nando's joking, but if you Europeans who are still here, newer American cities. This is not true on the East Coast, but if you go west in our country, a lot of cities will be on a grid, on an actual grid, an actual X, Y series of coordinates. The streets will be, X's and Y's. And this makes navigating them very easy. There are a couple of noteworthy exceptions. Obviously, like I said, East Coast doesn't tend to have them. A very famous example of an anti-grid city in the US is DC. DC's city planning is very intentional, and it is a series of interlocking wheels, of interlocking spokes and wheels. Yeah, Kyoto is built on a grid for spiritual reasons, and most Japanese cities are pretty gritty, because the grids are useful for us to navigate because humans get pretty used to navigating with a two-dimensional coordinate system, but also grids. Uh, Millions of miles. Okay, got to pay attention because we got another hate coming up here. Um, Newer cities tend to be on grids. Barcelona's pretty gritty. They hit the gritty over there. What's this thing? Gritty Goose. Okay, yeah. I just saw a comic from a woman who works with children that uh two of the boys she was working with uh got into a bit of a dispute, and the one kid's just crying. Uh and she's like, "All right, Matt, what's up? What's going on? What's got you so upset?" And Matt's just bawling his eyes out. Just fully incomprehensible. Um she was, "Okay, Connor, what do you know what happened? Could you tell me what happened here?" Uh, and he says, "I don't know. I just said to him, 'Hey, check this out,' and I hit the gritty, and he started crying." Uh, and there's just something so funny about kids about that. Just like, why was that so upsetting to this little kid? Uh, but yeah, most Japanese cities are pretty gridded out, and it's a car thing, right? It is a car thing. Grids are really useful for cars because they produce lots of straightaways. Uh, there we go. Okay, I think I'm doing better with space than I was last time. I was getting pretty stressed out about how much space I was using last time, but I think I'm like a full line up. Still not sure I'm going to make it. Uh, one billionth of. Can I fit the in there? Hold on, let me take a look at this. Let me take a look at this. Where's the last the that I've got? That I began to live. There are the. There we go. There we go. The. Yeah, because grids are not really a thing that you worry too much about. I got space. Uh, when you're designing for pedestrian traffic, like they can be helpful, but they're not necessarily like the most important thing for foot traffic. Even if you're being very planned. Uh, yes, yeah, plenty of space. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Putting away the black pen. Black pen away. Okay. Obstacle cleared. I gotta keep my focus on right now because I need to remember to transition back to black. Uh, but yeah, one of the oldest cities is gridded, right? What's it called? Mohenjo-daro is gridded, and that's way older than Lisbon. I said Lisbon really weird right there. Oh, okay, okay, yeah. The 1755 earthquake is crazy as an event. Like I only know about it because it was an event in the novel Candide. Uh, but otherwise I probably would never have heard about it. Or I probably would have heard about it when I was reading like inquisitorial history and stuff like that. But I wouldn't have thought very much about it. But yeah, it's an incredibly devastating event. The 1755 earthquake. Uh, Oh, excellent, M. I'm very proud of that, M. The earthquake cost between 32 and 48% of Portugal's GDP. Whoo, boy. Yes. I can do micro, but not instant. With earthquakes, tsunamis, and fires. Yes. Yes. The fires is the part that I always remember. Is a huge percentage of the city burnt down. I have been in 2 earthquakes, and I slept through both of them. In particular, there was one recently in New York. Uh, and I was sleeping in a hammock. So, like, pretty much the only way I would have not slept through an earthquake in a hammock would have been like if it just collapsed on me. If I just like died. Like those are my options. Like I sleep through it or I die. Otherwise the hammock's gonna really attenuate pretty much all of that motion. We're at the home stretch. I'm gonna make it. I was stressed out about this, but just have to not use black ink after this word. Okay. God, that's been stressing me out. Okay. Black ink away. Um, I'm going to do this one in normal capitals. I'm going to do this one normal. And then the next one, the final word in force caps. Uh, I'm going to make this one a little bit more magisterial. It also enhances jaggedness a little bit, make it a little bit more obvious. And like that. Make it a little bit more unhinged, a little bit more scalloped. This one's going to do some extra scalloping there. There we go. Let's think about this. Like Blood of Martyrs. Ink bottle is Austrian. Is it? This is American. This is Japanese. Yeah, so, Paradise Pens is defunct, but they were American. Sailor's Japanese. Oh wow, that took me forever. That took me forever. Thank you, Emperor's Armpits. That took me forever. Oh my goodness. That took me forever. Okay. Let me see if I can get that framed in the screen correctly. Okay, perfect framing. Perfect framing. Have a good night, Emperor's Armpits. Thank you for stopping by. I will be kind of observing. As mentioned, I will be reading the whole story that this is from on Vex's in a few hours, in a little bit over 2 hours. I am going to leave this up, but I am going to go to the bathroom. So I will... Actually, no, I'm going to go... I'm going to put it on the fan and gallery for a moment while I use the bathroom so that it pauses the timer, because that's easier to do than other ways I can think of to pause the timer. So give me a moment. All right, all right, all right. Give me a moment to leave this up. I'm going to leave this up for a moment while I clean and take a picture of it. Um, Hands are shaky. I take a deep breath. Oh, whatever. You can see my phone that I'm taking a picture with. I don't really. Who cares? Okay, and let me do a little bit of cleanup around here. I've got some things that need to go into the desiccator. Oh, and some things in the desiccator are ready to come out. If you do get into a hobby like this, I recommend getting a desiccator. It just makes it much easier to manage your tools. You can make them yourself. You can make a desiccator yourself. You don't need to buy a scientific one. I just need to use the bathroom very, very quickly. I don't want to waste your time. And I know that I've got a short stream today, so I haven't even gotten to the thing I meant to do today. Like, I haven't even really started the main event of the day. This is just really striking. I don't have a pinhole camera. All I've got is I've got this webcam that you are seeing things through right now, and a phone camera. That's what I got. That's what I got. I don't have a nicer camera than that. So, them's the breaks, right? Them's the breaks. Let me put these away. Make sure this is nice and sealed tight. Nice and sealed tight. It works okay. It works okay. I think most of my mini pictures have not turned out the best, but not the worst. Let me see if I can find a picture of one of my minis that I took. And of course, as you may or may not know, I'm not the best mini painter. Let me go over to my own Twitter and take a look. And take a look at it. This is harder than why did I do it this way? I've got there we go. That's one. And window grab. Yeah, so this is a mini that I painted a while ago. I think it turned out all right. I'm not the best painter, right? I'm not the best painter, so that definitely reduces it pretty considerably, right? Like, I'm just not very good. But I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it turned out that bad from a camera perspective. That's my phone camera, by the way. That's my phone camera. All right. All right. We're going to game. We're going to game. Let me edit stream info to change the category to Outer Wilds. Done. We are Outer Wildsing now. This is what I meant to do. I've been thinking about Outer Wilds all week. Okay, there we go. Ring light is off because it is not the most pleasant thing to be staring into, right? Gaming time. Let me take a look. I just want to take a look at something because there's I don't like that. Autopilot, sure. All those are fine. Those are all fine. But I don't want you to lose It looks like there isn't a way to do it. I don't want to lose, I don't want it to pause on loss of focus. That's the big thing I don't want. I don't want it to pause on loss of focus. And thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. I still feel like I'm very novice at mini painting. So I actually have a very specific thing I want to do in here. I will talk about it once I get the autopilot started up, but there's a little bit of time sensitivity to it. The core of it is that I want to go to Brittle Hollow. There's Brittle Hollow. Oh, whatever. Wait, what? Oh, okay. Okay, I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? So, I want to go to Brittle Hollow. High Energy Lab. I will check those out later. But on Brittle Hollow, there is the Black Hole Forge. And I think that I can... So I need to go to Brittle Hollow, raise the Black Hole Forge, then go to Ash Twin, which I don't think is even on here, but we experimented with this. Ash Twin has teleporters that go to specific planets, and the teleporter that goes from Ash Twin to Brittle Hollow should take me to the Black Hole Forge. I have not been able to get to the Black Hole Forge otherwise. Okay, I don't care about... I'm not here for Howl's Lantern, I'm here for Brittle Hollow. Oh, I'm gonna crash. I'm gonna crash. Wow. Gone in 60 seconds. Die within 60 seconds of waking up. This is what happens when you get too cocky. This is what happens when you get too sloppy. I can tell you that there's a way to die that I died a couple times where I used autopilot to go to... I think if you go to autopilot to Dark Bramble, right from the get-go, you'll crash right into the sun. I believe is the way that one works. Hello, Matthew. I'm not trying to be an expert. I'm trying to be beautiful, right? I'm trying to be beautiful. So yeah, Brittle Hollow will be... There we go, there's Brittle Hollow. Brittle Hollow, not Hollow's Lantern. That's why I died last time, because I tried to do Hollow's Lantern and I momentum myself into it. Yeah, exactly. That's what the autopilot was like. I do kind of... I think... I forget if you've noticed this, Nando, but you can see that the gravity changes. Like, see, like I go downstairs and the gravity goes to negative. Like I go down a flight of stairs and the gravity goes negative. It's using an accelerometer. It's not like it's using it's just an accelerometer. I think that's neat. If you've worked in a physics lab, which I think Nando has, right? Because Nando's an engineer. But if you've taken a physics class, there's the landing site. Yeah. So like the way gravity is a force, right? It's a force, so you can measure it by just measuring acceleration. You can measure it with just acceleration. And so... Okay. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go down here. I'm going to take a bit of a speed run strat. A little bit of a speed run strategy here. Booster over here, not efficient use. And here's the black hole controls. So I'm going to use the black hole controls and pull the forge up. So there's the forge coming all the way up. I'm really curious what's inside the forge. And I'm just gonna go straight into I'm just gonna jump in. Whee! And then get to Whitehole Station. Get to Whitehole Station. Okay, that's plenty of speed. But yes. So an accelerometer doesn't need you to... okay, good. I think I screwed up a little bit there, but we'll be fine. Oh. I'm trying to get in here. Whoop, 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 whoop. I use shift instead of space. So an accelerometer doesn't measure like gravity directly, right? Obviously, because that's actually like almost impossible to measure gravity directly. It measures the effects that gravity has on your body, and we just make the assumption that if you don't move, so now hang out here, and I will get bounced all the way back to Brittle Hollow. It says it's pointing to the South Pole here on this, but I'm actually going to the North Pole. I'm actually going to the North Pole, and my ship. Increase the robustness of... Exactly. Accelerometers are actually very simple. They're very easy little devices. And yeah, and that's how they're measuring gravity in this, is they're just measuring the acceleration being applied to your footsies. And okay, hourglass twins are not on the other side of the sun. Admittedly, I actually care about getting to Ash Twin, not Ember Twin, but Ember Twin's close enough. Hello, interloper. Autopilot aborted. No, we want Ash Twin. We want Ash Twin. And we might actually be getting to Ash Twin too early, which is fine. Which is fine. I need to heal up because I did injure myself while doing that. So, Ash Twin has a... Oh yeah, we're way too early for Ash Twin. We're way too early for Ash Twin. I'm going to land on Ash Twin, but you can see that there's a, okay, so like what this pillar of sand, going between the twins, is unveiling a series of equatorial structures on the Ash Twin. Land on here stably. And as it unveils them, those are teleporters around the perimeter, around the equator of Ash Twin. And this is a deterministic universe, right? This is a deterministic... Oh, gotta make sure... Am I in the way? I think I'll be fine. I think I'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be fine. But yeah, this pillar of sand goes along the equator of Ash Twin. And I may as well go to the North Pole. Just take a look at the North Pole. Being this close to the sun is anxiety-inducing. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like that. I'm not going to bother with using the boosters, even though the boosters would speed things up, but they might send me flying off into goddamn space. And yeah, so these are... We've seen these before. These are Nomai... I think they're supposed to be... I read them as solar power collectors, right? Like, they've got these big wide panels, they're kind of plant-looking, and I think we are supposed to understand this coursing of blueness as a directional transmission of electrical energy. Being 80 meters away and still being over the horizon is crazy. Yeah, it takes until about 60 meters for things to get below the horizon. So we are going to vibe. We're going to vibe here for a second. We'll take a look at the ship log, because I didn't check all the rumors that we just got. So high energy lab. Nomai successfully reproduced the temporal anomaly first observed at the Whitehall station. Warped objects appear to arrive before they depart. Nomai discovered that they could increase the negative time interval between arrival and departure by adding energy to the warp cores. The Nomai wanted to know if a 22-minute negative time interval was possible. They concluded it would require new technologies to produce the necessary energy as well as an advanced warp core to handle those energies. Ash Twin was proposed as a location for the project. Oh no, Matthew, now you have to give people candy. Being on a small planet reminds me of the strange feeling of being on a small island, IRL, where you can see the ocean in all directions. Yeah, that's a nauseating feeling, right? It feels perverse, to me at least. This is the Ash Twin tower designs. Designs for each of the towers on Ash Twin's equator. Each tower warps to a different planet, although many Nomai were quick to note that the sun is not actually a planet. Each tower is designed to visually reflect its warp destination. The towers allowed the Nomai to quickly travel between Ash Twin and all other locations crucial to the Ash Twin project. The Nomai plan to construct technology capable of producing 22-minute negative time interval on Ash Twin. Each memory recorded by a Nomai statue is transmitted to a corresponding storage unit within Ash Twin. So, again, I am trying to get to the Black Hole Forge because these towers lead to it. So I've still got some exploration left to do in Sunless City, which I could have been doing right now, but I wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. Okay, so here's one of the towers visible. Which tower is this? Which tower is this? So there's Timber Hearth. Okay, so this tower is not yet gotten all the way down. I think this one might... Okay, gotta get out of the way, gotta get out of the way. Get back in my ship on the off chance that something untoward happens. I think that one... Oh, you got no candy, you fool, you fool. Time to bake cookies, Matthew. Time to bake cookies and make all of the parents profoundly suspicious. Make all of the parents just lose their minds. You will go into the news, I think, if you just, like, make chocolate. If you just, like, make some chocolate bark or something. This one either goes to Brittle Hollow or Timber Hearth. It goes to one of the two. I think, because the only thing about the other designs, the twin design is designed to look like twins, right? The twin design is designed to look like twins. Yes, sneaking Hieronymus Bosch. What an incredible rumor, right? What an incredible and insane thing that people believed for decades. Okay, it looks like I can stay in here as long as I don't go into the center, even if we get hit by the storm again. Okay, we got a minute. So, who are you going to launch me towards? Yeah. Satanic Panic is legitimately one of the most insane things that's ever happened in American history. Like legitimately one of the, like a high... Okay, so this is not Brittle Hollow. This is not Brittle Hollow. This is not the one I'm looking for. This is not what I'm looking for. This must be Timber Hearth. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's gotta be Timber Hearth. Where's my ship? Oh, there's my ship. Yeah, the 80s were a wild time. We just, like, needed to believe that basic facts about the world were false. Oh, God. Oh, God, oh, God, oh, God. Get in the ship, get in the ship. Get in the ship, get closer to the pole, because the pole will be safer. Yeah, we just needed to believe like wrong, like very obviously wrong things about the universe for some reason. Like we just needed to believe wrong things in the 80s. Okay, so this has got to be Timber Hearth. This buddy right here. So the next one's got to be Brittle Hollow. Okay, don't go faster than the sand. Don't go faster than the sand. Okay, so this must be Brittle Hollow. It's Timber Hearth, Interloper, that's Dark Bramble, Brittle Hollow. It's going to be a moment. I'm going to be hanging out here for a second. The real evil is VTubers. It's true. It's true. I mean, that's kind of like what's at stake in the current election, right? Is like they want to ban. We're going to get VTubers banned, right? They're stealing the men's spiritual energy. There we go. There's the Black Hole Forge. I just need to be really careful here because I am on fixed gravity pathways the whole way. Negative departure time. Charged. Return to receiver. Black Hole Forge, left 30 meters. Which means I gotta go over here just to see what's up. Oh god, okay, cool. Exit to surface. Okay, don't want to do that. These are the towers that will not take me down and will get me killed, so I need to not go down those. Black Hole Forge, north 40 meters. Okay, so that's all that this is. Oh, this is nauseating. Oh, I hate this. I hate this. This sucks. Yeah, we're gonna ban VTubers, and Japan's going to pay for the ban on VTubers. I mean, sometimes it does feel like Twitch is about to ban the VTubers. I do worry about that. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Is there a projection stone around here? Why would there be? Warning, be cautious near the boarding area while the Black Hole Forge is in operation. Okay. Oh, hey, a statue. Okay, there's a projection stone. Hello, statue. Ship log updated. Route. Where am I taking this first black hole core? And where am I taking the remaining cores once they're ready? Clary, all of the warp towers are being constructed on Ash Twin, so the black hole cores will go there. My gratitude. In that case, Poke Clary, I'm leaving for delivery. I'll send Yarrow your regards. Poke, I'll return to the Ford shortly. I'm going to catch up to the route and help him deliver the first core to Ash Twin just to make sure Yarrow receives it. Of course you are. So Poke is trying to fuck Yarrow. That's what I got out of that one. The white hole cores are for the warp receivers. Each of the 6 receivers are being constructed at different locations, so those deliveries will be a greater pain in your cervical spine. Poke. The towers designed in the high energy lab on Ember Twin reveal each receiver's location. Ask Yarrow, he is familiar with them. Okay, that doesn't tell me very much. At least the president took a picture with a sexy male Dakimura. That's pretty funny. Of note, Yarrow believes he spotted a flaw in the warp tower designs, namely that one of the warp towers on Ash Twin will never activate because its warp receiver will never align overhead. Poke. Does your romantic interest think a warp tower's alignment points is its receiver? Does he not know that a warp tower always aligns with the center of its corresponding astral body? That isn't an unreasonable belief, given the receiver does have to be located on or in close orbit around the relevant astral body. I seem to recall that was your understanding of warp technology at first. Clary. No, Yarrow understands the distinction. He likely doesn't realize the hourglass twins are so close together they function as a single astral body with a shared alignment point in between them. Sick. Okay, and what you got over here? Regarding the warp towers on Ash Twin, does each tower have to be perfectly aligned with the center of the astral body to which it's tuned? Poke, we don't need the alignment angles to be exact, it only needs to be within 5 degrees of the astral body's center. That's actually huge. 5 is big. Of note, this gives us a slightly longer warp window. I imagine this window will last roughly several seconds. Poke, as such, a Nomai stepping onto the warp platform during the active window will be immediately warped. We will need to be careful around the platforms for the duration of the time it's active to avoid accidental transportation. I enjoy precision as much as the next Nomai, but if, for example, a tower's base were to shift even slightly, that tower might no longer align with its astral body. More accurately, I enjoy precision as much as the next Nomai, provided the next Nomai is not Poke. That's cute. That's cute. So we got a projection stone to to the twins. And let's see. First of all, this is always less informative. I always find these kind of like only. Okay, yep. This is the creepy statue room. So this is about the creepy statue room. I have good news, Yarrow. The advanced warp core is ready to be installed in the central chamber of Ash Twin. Yarrow, I'm intrigued, love. Everyone here is working on the Ash Twin project, is excited to see it. Pi is beside herself with joy. No, it isn't. Is everything well at the forge? The core's durability still could be improved. I need more time. Ignore her, Yarrow. The core is finished, and if my sister tells you otherwise, then she will be finished as well. Clary, don't worry, love. Poke is only nervous. The core is extraordinary, and her design work is beautifully clever. Okay, this was really nice. This was a really nice set of stories here, here at the Forge. I am glad I took the time and effort to come to the Forge. I continue to be really distressed by the Nomai's... What is even the word I'm looking for here? Lack of fear, maybe? Oh, incredible timing on my part. Let's see what we got here. Their faith in these gravity crystals. I think these gravity crystals are dreadful. I think they are perfectly dreadful. Clary, here's our first delivery, Yarrow. One warp core fresh from the Black Hole Forge. Root is installing this core sibling on Brittle Hollow as I write this. I wish I could wait here for you to arrive, but the Forge and my unfinished work there is calling. I'll return with more materials soon. My gratitude, Clary. With this, the Ash Twin project is underway. Yarrow, I confess I'm deeply curious about what you and Poke found on the Whitehole station that started this project. Could I visit sometime to learn more? I recommend you do. The Whitehole station is the model for the towers being built for the Ash Twin project, so a visit to the station would be doubly useful. I suppose, more precisely, I'd like to visit the Whitehole station with you, Clary. They're so cute. Yarrow, stop using the scroll wall to flirt with my sister. In romantic matters, her density rivals the neutron stars, and go meet her on the Whitehole station. I'd be happy to explain our findings. These two are really cute. I think they're very cute. I think they are very, very cute. No, oh, no, not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Now I got a vibe out here for a minute. Boo. Okay. It's really, really good writing. It's really, really phenomenal writing. I mean, having dated some lady scientists in my time, oh, okay. So the returns are a little bit more. The return is much more forgiving. The return is much more forgiving than the out. Oh, okay. Gotta stay in here. So we know where it goes on Giant Steep, right? Giant Steep, it goes to the cannon. Giant Steep, it goes to the cannon. Let's try to get to Timberhearth. Let's try to get to Timberhearth. So there's a Sun one and a Timberhearth one that I don't know what they do. Hello, Giant Steep. I don't... There's not one for Dark Bramble. There's not a Bramble core. Yeah, there's not a Bramble core. Okay, let's make it past. So this is the Timberhearth one. Let's see, what's in Timberhearth? Our little Timberhearth cannon, looks like it's at least progressing in the right direction. There we go. Hello, Timberhearth. Have not been to Timberhearth in a minute. So where are we on Timberhearth? We are at the equator. We are at the equator of Timberhearth, and I've barely spent any time on Timberhearth, right? I have... Timberhearth is actually the second least explored planet for us. Least being, obviously, Dark Bramble, because I hate Dark Bramble. I loathe Dark Bramble. Look, behind waterfalls there's treasures, right? Behind waterfalls there's treasures. Just like how there's a treasure behind the waterfall in... mining site 2B. There's a treasure behind the waterfall in Pentiment. You know, there's always treasures behind the waterfalls. We got some skeletons. Okay. Well, I guess we're not going to learn a lot here. Still amazed by how much ore the Ash Twin project requires. Oh, these are new peoples. Oino and Psycad. Isn't this the ore for the remaining towers being built in Ash Twin? The completed towers I've seen are quite large. No, the material for those towers is all being taken from Ash Twin. The ore we're mining here will be used to craft an immensely thick protective shell that will physically seal off the chamber inside Ash Twin's core. I'm relieved by our client's decision to use Timberhearth's ore only for constructing the shell. If eventually life on this planet were to evolve to the point of advanced metallurgy, I'm confident we won't have destroyed their ability to create. If they're sealing off all entrances, I hope they've planned accordingly. I thought you had forbidden your apprentice from making puns, Coleus. How else would he improve? There you go, Nando. There you go, Nando. There's your horrible pun in the game. Well, that's the end for us. Ash Twin Projection Stone. Ash Twin Projection Stone. See, which is this the creepy statue room? It's the creepy statue room. It's creepy statue room getting obliterated inside the. What if we got vaporized by a supernova inside a creepy statue room? What if? What if? What if? All right. All right. So the good news is that what I want to explore now is on Timberhearth, right? Like, that's just on the equator of Timberhearth. I don't actually have to go very far for that. I want to explore that mining site. It looks like it's accessible from the surface. Looks like it's got more things to learn about the Ash Twin project. Yeah, Black Hole Forge, Ash Twin Towers, Know My Mines, alignment angle diagram. Warp tower alignments are not exact. Results are in slightly longer warp windows that last several seconds. Is not its warp receiver. Okay, so this is some hints here. A Nomai named Poke successfully managed to forge an advanced warp core for the Ash Twin project. All the warp towers are being constructed on Ash Twin, while the 6 warp receivers are being constructed at different locations. Hello, Humter. Hello, Humter. Know My Mines. It is time for me to go to the Know My Mines. There's the Ash Twin Towers, but I think I need to do Know My Mines first, which means I need to not go very far, right? I need to not go very far. So I think those are the ruins? Yeah, those are the ruins that I was just at. Landing camera, landing camera, landing camera, landing camera, landing camera. All right. I think there might be a lot of jumping puzzles here, so try to be a little bit cautious with my use of the thrusters. And bounce over here. But I actually really like the Nomai. I find that this is one of those things I really love about this game, is that, like, you get a sense for the Nomai as people. And that sensibility proceeds from reading their artifacts. You get to know them as people from their artifacts. And yeah, Cave Bind to Waterfall, officially a good game. Absolutely, absolutely. No, Humter, this game's incredible. This is one of the best games ever made. So we've read this scroll, but the Nomai, this is one of those things, like, you get to know people in history through their writings, right? And you can see their voices come through just in these lines of text, in these translated lines of text. My gratitude for the latest Yarrow. My gratitude for the latest shipment, Ueno. This ore should be the last we'll need for the Ash Twin project. Ueno. This is exciting news. Can I offer an extra set of eyes for this final check, specifically mine? If my work here is complete, I'd be delighted to help. Yarrow. We'd be grateful if you would. The more eyes, the better, as the smallest flaw or opening in the shell that protects the Ash Twin project could lead to disaster. Yarrow. Once we finish the shell that seals off the central chamber, we'll check to ensure there are no longer any physical entrances. Raimi and I will be checking the interior and then the exterior for crack, our final safety check. So that's actual intel there, right? Well, that's real intel right there, that you cannot access the Ash Twin project physically. Okay, let's take a look around here. Okay. Okay, fuel gauge. I'm trying to... Nope, that's not gonna work. Okay, okay. I am underwater now. So are these the boreholes that they dug? Is there anything inside them? Okay, okay. Because I'm trying to get up to this platform right here. And this platform. And this platform. Okay, hold on. What's over here? What's over here? Okay, this is the waterfall from before. This is just the southern path. Wait, what? Oh, no, wait, I misunderstood. I misunderstood what I was looking at. I misunderstood what I was looking at. Okay, let's go in here. Let's take some faith in the Nomai and see where this deposits us. More dead Nomai. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's a lot in these mines. Doesn't look like there's a ton in these mines, so I guess I get out of here and get back to my ship. Nope, stay inside the column, the geyser. Stay inside the geyser. Oh, I'm like in orbit. And there's my ship. There's my ship. Ow. The other thing I heard from the rumors was that there's a quantum signal somewhere on Timberhearth. So... Distress beacon. Let's get up. Well, it looks like something here. This looks like something here, right? I don't think the ship can fit in those, so I think I've got to go on foot. I think I got to go on foot. Just double check on health and fuel full. Cool. So these have geysers, so that means I can get back out of them. That's what I'm getting out of this, is that there's geysers, so I can get back out of them. Whee! Oh. Wasn't fast enough. Got hit by the geyser. Maybe go inside one of the other ones. Okay. Let's fall. Ah, come on. I messed up the timing again. Okay. Just wait for it to go down. Okay, okay, okay. And gotta tap, tap, tap a few times so I don't die. Oh, oh, okay, okay. Okay. I am not controlling right now. This thing is just dragging me along. I'm getting dragged along. This is, just so you know, kids, this is how you die. Like, this is a really brutal way to die, what I just did right there. That will absolutely, if you find yourself in that situation, try to avoid anything that looks even remotely like this in real life. Cave diving is an incredibly dangerous sport. People die doing it all the time. You are not special. You will get killed. Okay. Okay, more writings. Coleus. After closer observation, mining site 2A wouldn't be safe for the native life dwelling in some of this cave's pools. So unfortunately, we'll have to mine one of the other sites. SciCAD. There are a few other sites that look promising. What about site 2B? Share similar formations and strata. Oh, I know. That sounds promising. Will you and your mentor investigate? If mining site 2B proves safe for this native species, we'll move our work there. Site 2B is safe. Coleus says we'll continue to monitor activity and its effects on life here. Coleus, on the opposite hand, new life. This species is semi-aquatic and very hardy. The ecosystem here is quite robust, so I believe they'll thrive in the long run. Be cautious near the pools if you visit 2A to meet them. Coleus, they remind me of a subterranean species that my mentor, Melare, once told me about, from when our clan used to travel across the universe. I imagine she would have enjoyed these life forms greatly. So Melare dies. Yeah, yeah, no, cave diving is a good way to die. Don't do it. I've had this PSA like 5 times on this channel. I was watching them once during a rest, and the hours escaped me. They're fascinating. I wonder what their fourth eye does. So they're talking about our ancestors here. They're describing our ancestors. Look at them. Look how cute they are. This is so cute. This is a little drawing of some Nomai just hanging out with Proto-Harthians. It's so cute. Yeah, let's take... come on, come on. Need a jet. Need a burst. Okay. Need a fresh burst of... No! Not what I need. Not what I need at all. Where the heck am I? Wait, hold on. Some Harthian stuff here. Some Harthian supplies. So I must have dropped all this down here? More Harthian supplies. Okay, interesting. Come on, launch me out of here. Get me out of here. Oh, nope, not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Gotta be pretty on the nose with these things. Okay, so just... That should kill me, right? Like, I am of the opinion that this should kill me. There we go. Oh! Ow! I haven't been here in a minute. All right, Nando. Rest well, rest well. Oh, this is so beautiful. Uh... Okay, I'm going to the observatory because there might be somebody who's got something to tell me here. There's actually something specific I'm looking for. Where are the other travelers? Let's see, Chert is on Hourglass, Rybeck is on Brittle Hollow, and Gabbro is on Giant Steep. And there's Feldspar, obviously, but I don't know where they are or if they're even still alive. Feldspar has been lost for a very long time, I'm afraid. Tell me more about Feldspar. Feldspar was one of the 4 founding members of Outer Wilds, along with our flight coach Gossin, Slate the engineer, and me. As ground control and later museum curator, I didn't work with Feldspar as closely as Slate and Gossin did. I can tell you that Feldspar was absolutely fearless, though. Nothing scared them. Test piloted everything Slate ever built. It's a wonder Feldspar lived to see space, frankly, but they did. Flew all sorts of dangerous stunts and explored everything they could find. And then one day they just didn't come back. We don't know what happened, or where Feldspar went, or even whether they're still alive. It's been a long time since they left. Gotta see this. Okay, that one, that's all stuff I know. That's all old news. You're what I'm wondering about. There we go, that's what I needed. Oh my goodness. Okay, so quantum fluctuations identified. And that's the museum shard. Okay, I was wondering if somebody could tell me the specific frequencies of various Outer Wilds members. So there's Gabbro. That's... Hold on. Okay, somebody on the Addle Rock. That's Rybeck. We know it's Rybeck. Stop dicking around with me, game. Don't know who that one is. Hold on a second. So there's Dark Bramble, right? "12 kilometers Dark Bramble." And Dark Bramble's the harmonica. And then there's another one of that same symbol, that same signal, on 260 meters away. Yeah, that's Chert. I'm gonna go to my ship first. Because I could use the fuel. And turn the signals scope on. So 300 meters. Over here. Okay, hold up. Oh, that's a bad crash. I should be badly damaged at this point, but I'm not. Oh, hello. Tektite. Hey, yo, hatchling. Thought you're taking that tin can of yours into space today. What are you still doing here? Me, I saw something crash over the horizon. I didn't like what I was seeing in the pictures my little scout was sending back, so I thought I'd come over here myself to take a look. So it crashed. I don't know what it is exactly. It looks like some kind of plant seed, but it's not anything I've seen on Timber Hearth before. And trust me, I was quite the explorer back in the day. Do you think it's extraterrestrial? Kind of looks like something that might have come off of dark bramble. Whatever it is, it put down roots in a hurry. I don't like the look of this thing, hatchling, and that's a fact. I think I'll set Marl and Hal loose on it. Best get rid of this mess sooner rather than later, and no one can remove an unwanted plant faster than a tree keeper can. I'll have to get a look at what's inside the seed first, though. Don't want to set anybody up anyway attacking a potentially dangerous plant without a better idea what's lurking inside there. Tuff can help me hold the old scout launcher over here. Obviously, the opening is too small for someone to fit inside, and anyway, I'm not going to blindly stick my hands into anything that looks as unpleasant as that seed does. Not like Silent Hill 2, right? I've been helping people with Silent Hill 2, and that's James just sticks his hand in whatever. It's a good way to lose an arm or two. We had an alternate. Nope, I'm good. Okay. Error duplicate scout signal. Okay. 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 So this one tells me that it's going to the same signal on Dark Bramble, and I launched a scout through it. Ah, dang it! And it looked like a looked like an anglerfish. Looks like a big old anglerfish skeleton with something inside of it. Same thing. And this one just goes through at a different angle, and so it hasn't set down yet. Oh yeah, there's rear view snapshot as well. I keep on forgetting I can do that. Okay, so that's huge. That room is huge. I think this is the same room. I think all these Dark Bramble seeds are going to the same location. Yeah, they're all going to the same location. Right, we see... I don't know if anybody sees what I see, but I see a campfire. I see trees and a campfire. Same location, so I don't need to be as frantic about taking pictures because until we see... Oh, I hate that. Okay. Actually, here's a curiosity. Because these all give like slightly different landing angles, right? These all give slightly different locations that they land at. So I'm gathering some intel. Not a lot, to be honest. Not the... Yep, see a scout 13 kilometers away. Oh, well, no, not much more useful. Okay. Actually, you know what? You know what? So... Oh, that's the end of the line. That's the end of the line. Quantum fluctuations. So, let's see. Is there another quantum shard? That's the museum shard. There's another one on Timberhearth. Okay, that was the piece of intel I was looking for. That was the piece of intel I was looking for. There's an unknown quantum shard somewhere on. So that's the museum shard. Let's take a look around here. The Grove Shard, okay. Well, I'll have to come explore what the Grove Shard's about next life. So, next life we're going to the Grove Shard, which appears to be the okay, so it's the South Pole. The Grove Shard is at the South Pole. Oh, that's cool. I haven't really ever, like, died while looking away from the sun. I haven't ever really done that. So, the Grove Shard, the Grove Shard. I'll have to take a look at that. Oh, should I go to Dark Bramble? Or should I go to Dark Bramble? I'm kind of curious about Dark Bramble. Let's take a step over to Dark Bramble, my least favorite planet, and I think you'll all get a sense of why I don't like Dark Bramble. First, though, I am going to... First things first, I am going to go to the harmonica. Alright, I'm going to go to the harmonica. First things first, the harmonica. So let's give that a second here. I'll try not to crush Tektite. Suit up. Well, hold on. I don't want to go through that one. It was, I think it was the back one was the one that produced. Let's just make sure it lands on or near that anglerfish statue, that anglerfish corpse. Because I don't want to... Okay, perfect. Perfect location. Perfect. That's what I want to see. That is what I want to see. And so let's get on here, and we're going towards, we've got a 19-kilometer journey to go. And okay, so the sun is not between us and Dark Bramble. Okay, so, Dark Bramble Seed, Quantum Grove. I'll have to check out Quantum Grove later. There's a strong rock shard in this grove that moves when I'm not watching and moves a signal on the quantum fluctuations frequency. Plenty more to explore with the towers and the Sunless Sea, so plenty to do on Ember. Okay, the Nomai Caves, yes. Four-eyed semi-aquatic life forms in the waterways near the mines. So there's nothing more to explore here. That's good to know. Ash Twin, this one we know. It's physically sealed off, as I mentioned before. It's physically sealed off. When I launch my scout into the seed that crashed on Timber Hearth, it ends up in a much bigger space filled with fog and thorny vines. Hate this. Hate this. I hate this. Okay. So that said, we're seeing anglerfish. We're seeing anglerfish. So anglerfish fossil. Blindfold rules added because real anglerfish are blind. Right? Anglerfish are blind. So what does that tell us? Hello, interloper. One day I'll go to the interloper. Still 4 kilometers away. Okay, so what does anglerfish being blind tell us about them as predators? I'll let everybody think for a second. I'll let the class think for a second. Okay. If I had a heart rate monitor equipped, it would be really high right now. This one actually upsets me. Right, this one actually upsets me. God, okay. Got me. Got me. Got me. Fuck. Oh, hate that. Hate that. Hate that. Hate that. Hate that. Okay. God. People have been wondering what actually spooks me. That one gets me. That one actually gets me. But I want to get to Feldspar because Feldspar knows something about Giants Deep, right? Feldspar knows something about Giants Deep that I don't know, right? So I've got to go in there to get intel about Giants Deep. Okay. Made that harder than I needed to. Made that harder than I needed to. Believe I want this low one. Okay. And I am pretty sure this one will land in the correct spot because the variations are pretty minor. Hello, Zekin. Hello, Zekin. Yes. That's close enough. That's close enough. I hate Dark Bramble. I hate Dark Bramble. So, Zekin, do you know what it means, what the import of the anglerfish being blind is? Why I'm harping on that one. Blind. Yes, it's blind, and that means how do they catch their prey? How did they catch me last time? Because they did catch me last time. How did they do it? How did they do it last time if they're blind? Okay. So you can, that was also one of those things I didn't really harp on that I think is valuable to know about this shitty hell planet that I hate. You know, these things are teleporters, right? Like no matter which angle we faced on that dark bramble seed. That's all right, Zekin. That's all right. But yes, they navigate by sound. That's the big thing. They navigate by sound. Okay. I'm going to aim for the one by the bottom left because that looks like it has the least other white lights by it. But yes, they're navigating by sound. That was the key thing I was looking for. So, if I use my thrusters, they'll find me. I think I managed to make a straight shot in there pretty successfully. This place stresses me out so friggin' bad, man. Taking pictures with my scouter just to like make myself feel like I'm in control of the situation. See, I'm using mouse and keyboard, so it's pretty binary. So I've got my hands not touching the keyboard at all right now, as I drift towards it, because an object in motion stays in motion, right? An object in motion stays in motion unless acted on it by a alternate source. I think that they don't notice they might not notice the turning thrusters. But yes. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna get out of here. Okay. This is my least favorite planet. This is my least favorite goddamn planet. Yeah, there's our insane NB. Whoa! Where'd you come from? No one's come here in, well, ever, actually. That makes you the second Hearthian to ever reach Dark Bramble. After me, of course. Well done. Say, it's you. They made you an astronaut. And you haven't blown yourself up yet. Good for you. Feldspar, you're alive. You never were the brightest hatchling, were you? Yeah, that's right, I'm alive. Been camping out here since my ship, crashed. Violently. This one freaks me out. I do not like it. Wait, what? Oh, this is a good story. I just finished exploring the core of Giant's Deep and needed a new challenge, and none of us had ever been inside Dark Bramble, so I think, hey, let's give that a try. I've been cruising around for a while, dodging the odd massive interdimensional vine bristling with thorns, when I run into this huge anglerfish, biggest I've ever seen. I pull a few stunts, try to shake the thing off, nothing too fancy. I'm going full speed when the fish clips me, knocks me into a vine, and... like I said, crash, blammo. On impact, my ship starts making noises like it's coming apart from the inside, and I think, well, that ain't great. Sure enough, I barely get out of there before the electrical system starts sparking like crazy. It's either move fast or die unpleasantly, so I had to put a little distance between me and my poor fried ship. Camped out near where I crashed it first, I found this skeleton later. Great find, would have been stupid not to use it. So I moved my setup over here and planted my emergency tree seeds. Been here ever since. I can't believe you didn't die. You know, in the old days, I used to say the same thing every time I came back from a flight in One Piece. These days, I'm used to it. Anyway, that's how it all went down, hatchling. Story's over, but feel free to stay and enjoy a fire a while. Or don't. Fire's not going anywhere. This is why I need it. This is why I need it, so I'm just gonna go here. You reached the core of Giant Steep. How'd you do it? Giant Steep's core, huh? Ah, that was a wild one. But since you're asking, I gotta assume you haven't made it down there yourself yet, right? If I tell you how, it feels kinda like cheating. On a completely unrelated note, that sure was a big hollow vine my ship crashed into. Yep. If I were you, I'd take a walk and see where it ends. You'll want to go to the tail end of this anglerfish skeleton here and look for a flickering light in the fog. That'll be my old ship. Path starts there. Found a dark bramble seed on Timber Hearth. That's bad business, hatchling. As Chert will tell you, if you so much as glance in the dark bramble's direction, there used to be a 5th planet where the dark bramble is now. The infernal plant appeared at the center and kept growing and growing and growing until it shattered the planet. If we don't get that seed use found sorted real quick, like I suspect Timber Hearth will be heading towards the same fate. And I tell you what, we Hearthians have overcome far too much to be done by some worthless seed. No, okay, skip that one. Found a Nomai writing saying anglerfish are blind. Aha! So the blasted things do have a weakness. Meaning my fly as fast as I can approach to dealing with them could have used a bit more thought behind it. Well, at least they didn't eat me. All's well that ends well, eh, hatchling? So what happened to this anglerfish? Skeleton? It was like that when I got here. So near as I can tell, this anglerfish has been chewing on the vine and eaten a seed, and the seed grew and grew in the poor fish's stomach until this happened. Gross, huh? Skeleton was a good find. Keeps the fish away. Since they're territorial, they mostly avoid each other. That's why I set up camp here. Okay, so... he says... follow this vine. To his old ship. I hate this. Okay, there's a ship. There's a ship, which he said has electrical problems, so... that could matter a bit. Can I repair it? I don't like going near... Is there an entrance? How did he get in and out of this thing? So there's the retro thrusters. And the landing gear. The hope is always supernova, right? Where's the entrance hatch? It's the joke. So there's something about a strange hollow vine here, so let's follow that. I suspect I won't see too many angler fish inside this hollow vine. If they do, they'll jump scare me pretty bad. Oh, boo. Wait, what? Okay, so I'm still inside Dark Bramble. This is new to me. I've actually never been here before. Oh! Okay. Okay. Trip 4, entry, I'm gonna say not 1, crashes 3, boring crashes 0, a personal best. Whoa-ho, never thought I'd see one of these beasties outside of Giant Steep. They were awfully useful back there. Maybe a jellyfish could be useful here, too. Blech. This thing tastes terrible. The outside is all rubbery and tough. Maybe that's because it insulates the jellyfish's insides from getting zapped by electricity. Right, I'm going inside this jellyfish's interior cavity to see if what's in there tastes any better. Okay, class. What did you learn from that? Note to Feldspar. Do not eat this even if you are dying. It would be too sad if this were the last thing you ever ate in this life. I guess these jellyfish are only useful for insulation from electricity. Again, do not eat. Love, Feldspar. So, class. What does that tell you about... What does this tell us about how... about the jellyfish? And how might I use this knowledge? Oh wait, I'm outside the planet right now. Holy shit. Holy shit. I don't know what I'm going to do with being outside of the planet, but it's certainly something. Okay, I might be able to get inside Giant Steep's intercept course. Not looking great, but... Weirdly, I think I'm in the interloper's intercept. Let's go a little bit more towards the sun. Okay, if I've done this right... Giant Steep will crash into me. Which... Yes, inside of the jellyfish... I don't think I'm going to make it. I think I'm going to die here. I think it's... That would have been cool, but I think I'm going to just drift off into space and die. There we go. Last chance. I missed it. I missed it. I die. May as well do it the faster way. Didn't die to an anglerfish. Didn't die to an anglerfish. I will take it. I will take it. Oh! Hate those bastards. Like I said, that's, of all of the things in this game, that is the one that really gets to me. But yes, what we learned here is that we can use the jellyfish as a mechanism for getting inside the core, because the core is protected by electricity, so... Oh, the sound when you asphyxiate is brutal. Oh. Crunchy. And of course I fucked up in a huge way, which is I didn't successfully log feldspar signal as an identified signal. So that's a huge fuck up here. So that will be my next thing. Next time we play this, which will probably be Tuesday, I will go to Giant Deep and go to the core. Still spent very little time on Dark Bramble and have not visited the Interloper, and I can think of a couple of places in this solar system that we definitely want to go to that we haven't been to yet. And yes, let's talk about what else I am doing, right? Go away with the gaming. So we're at 127 subs. Hello, Space. Hello, Space. You came. How was your time with Vex? How was your time with Vex? I'm actually about to go join her. That is what I was going to talk about with chat right now. Hold on. So my remaining streams for the week are that I'm going to be on Vex's in a few minutes. I'm going to raid out a little bit earlier. I like to raid out like going right into my guest appearances, but Vex is a nervous Nelly who gets an early start on things. She is not like some of my other collab mates who I know are going to be half an hour late to their own collabs. Cough, cough, Kiri. So I will be joining her in a few minutes. And tomorrow, Nando is joining me to discuss books that changed my life. We're going to be discussing ReZero. We are finally doing isekai. We are finally doing an isekai after all of this time. We have done so many fantasy novels. Space, which one did you read? As people can see, Space is one of my mods, and he read... I don't know what you read. I do not know what you read. The Goatman. Okay. You read The Goatman. I am... Let me launch a program. And go over to my Discord. And... So, copy this. Put this into Paint. Zoom out a little bit, and crop it. No, that's not crop. Whoop, hold on. Crop. I want to crop. Okay. So, for those of you who missed the earlier parts of the stream, this image grab. No, that's not it. Window grab. MS Paint. This is from the story I read. A spooky creepypasta from a long time ago. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm glad you had a good time. I'm glad you had a good time. I am going to be reading I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream by Harlan Ellison from the 60s. It's an old one. This is the famous monologue from it. And I will have to make sure I get that over to it's a great one. It's a great one. So and again, tomorrow we are going to be hanging out with Nando's going to be joining us. So shout out to the Nando. Shout out the Nando. And then we are going to raid at Vexing Cats. Let's hope I did that correctly. Okay. Invalid username. Raid. See, even with people who I'm really close to, I still get their names wrong. Well, because she's super nervous about this. She wants us to go. Oh, come on! I spelled her name wrong again. What did I do? How did I spell it wrong? Okay, whatever. I'm gonna copy it from her channel. Yes. Next story starts soon, and then it's me. I was the way I spelled it the first time. Jerks. You jerks. All right. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for joining me for my first ever subathon. I look forward to doing this little story with Vex and to having Nando on tomorrow for more subathon. For more booked club. I love doing my little book club. I love doing my little book club. So everybody have a lovely night.